played 13 games against them, and thus far has 69 wickets in 13 games at an average of 16.8.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Mind you, when you've got an overall bowling average of 21, to get that down to against any single team to that few. Here's Abbott again then to Vaughan, and Vaughan, that's just nipped away. Well, there is a little bit of green out there. There is, I'm told, a bit more grass on the pitch than there was against Yorkshire here 2 weeks ago, but the grass is shorter. So a little bit more grassy, but a little shorter. Fuller and Hampton is the other two. Thank you very much, Joe, who's on the ground.
It's the second time that Archie Vaughan has faced Hampshire, faced Kyle Abbott.
And he's in, and he's pushed forward as first runs of the morning off a inside half of the bat as he goes through square. So he's off the mark. He's Archie Vaughan, end of the first over. Somerset won without loss.
Well, Somerset have survived the first over, which is something, because their opening partnerships have not been roaring successes in recent times. They're persevering with Dixon and Vaughan, who in the against Worcestershire they made 21 for the first wicket, and against Sussex 14, and in the second innings 4.
Ooh.
So it's not been a great start to the season for Somerset's opening partnership. There's no Matt Renshaw this season for Somerset, and of course Matt Henry has yet to arrive, and whether he will arrive in time or be fit enough to play in any of these first 7 county championship games remains to be seen. So it's Brad Wheel from the pavilion end. Fresh from, got some wickets, didn't he, at against Yorkshire.
Yeah, he's started the season pretty well, actually.
He's in now and bowls, and brings this one back into Archie Vaughan.
Yep.
We've got the slip cordon with Tom Prest at first slip. Toby Albert at second, James Fuller at third,
Brett Hampton.
Brett Hampton, yep, who I haven't seen before, New Zealander. Here comes Wheel. He's in bowls, and this goes inside edge down to the fine leg boundary. There'll just be a single as Dawson fields down there. Pitch looks, it's just a hint of green about it. Outfield showing the effects of the dry weather that we've had. Not looking exactly parched, but just a little bit less green than you would expect at this early stage of the season. How did the pitch play in the game against Yorkshire here?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Did a little bit.
Here's Wheel to Dixon. Dixon waits on that. No great pace coming off the pitch there from Brad Wheel. Wheel, who's 28, born in Durban, and 18 one-day internationals for Scotland, in which he would have been a teammate of Josh Davey. But Josh Davey not in the Somerset side. He played in the first couple of games, but didn't really look at it anywhere near his best down at Hove, on a pitch you would have thought would have suited him. Wheel bowls. Oh, and it's an appeal for LBW, I think, and a big appeal. But is that David Milnes at that end, or is it Mike Burns? I think it's David Milnes.
Yeah.
Wasn't interested. So it's the second big appeal that we've had.
Well, it's doing a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tricky for these openers.
Do we get replays on the live stream?
Not at the moment.
maybe doing a little bit too much. He is bringing the ball back into the two right-handed opening batsmen. His wheel in bowls, and this is punched into the onside, but no run for Dixon. There's a smattering of spectators at the far end. The Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand on one side of the pavilion and the Shane Warne stand on the other. And we've got the iconic pavilion here at the Utilita Bowl. I think we can actually say that it used the word iconic correctly in that context. This is turned again into the onside, but there won't be a run. End of the second over of the morning. Somerset get through that one as well. 2 without loss, both of the runs to Archie Vaughan. And the weather, well, it's overcast. It's not raining though, and we're hoping that, you know, we could certainly go through to lunchtime, possibly mid-afternoon, but thereafter the weathermen saying that it's going to be wet.
So 2 overs gone. Hampshire win the toss, selecting to bowl first. First email of the morning, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Come to that as Abbott runs in. And bowls to Archie Vaughan. Vaughan plays and misses outside of your stump. People can get in touch with you as well, Anthony, can't they?
At AntGib on Twitter.
There we are. So on the email, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Alan Groves writes, morning gents. And lady, of course, don't forget Amelia's with us as well. I managed to catch the last 3 days of an absorbing match at the Oval, especially the Hampshire fight back. It's handy that I only live 10 minutes down the road. I also enjoyed your interview with Sonny Baker. A very talented and well-grounded young man. I'm sure Somerset will rue his loss. Happy Easter to everybody. Yes, just to repeat, though, on the subject of Sonny Baker, he's not actually playing in this game as Abbott runs in. That's wide of off stump and left alone because England have said you can't play Sonny Baker in this game because that would mean 3 games in a row. And I think Sonny was telling me actually in that interview that there is quite a lot of England Lions fixtures coming up, not so long or not so far in the distance. Next month I think they've got some.
Well, you could lose Sonny Baker for those, and Somerset could lose Casey Aldridge because he's also on the England radar. So
look out for those. As Abbott turns and runs away from us once more and bowls to Vaughan. Oh, it's very wide of off stump, that one. And there is no run. So it's a bit disappointing because I'm sure a lot of people were looking forward to seeing Sonny bowl. And well, it's an interesting subject that Sonny's not playing at Somerset anymore after what we've seen at Hampshire already this season.
I was looking forward to seeing him, I must say, especially against the county that didn't retain him. I'm not sure you could say that they rejected. I think it was his decision as much as anything to leave.
Yeah. I think I read on the Somerset website, Archie Vaughan's playing inside the line. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. That actually, Andy Hurry, your director of cricket, said that they'd improved his terms to stay, but
yeah,
Sonny still wasn't.
Well, and you can't blame him. Somerset. Especially with, Matt Henry was supposed to be coming. They've got Miguel Pretorius, who's another seam bowler. They've got Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Casey Aldridge. It would have been hard for him to break into the side.
Yeah. Abbott again to Vaughan, and Vaughan gets wrapped on the pad that's going down the leg side, hence the stunted appeal. But what he has got is pace, and I think that just sort of sets him apart, really, and he does look as though he's improving. I saw him during the winter for the first time at the Global Super League in Guyana, and he made his Hampshire debut, and he was the quickest in the tournament there. And he seems as though he's getting stronger all the time. But as you say, fitness issues at Somerset. Fortunately, touch wood, not so worries at Hampshire. Abbott bowls and forward is Vaughan. End of the over. 3 overs gone. Then Somerset are 2 without loss, having lost the toss.
Lots of comment on Twitter about the decision to appoint James Rue as captain, as opposed to Tom Abel, who was Lewis Gregory's predecessor as captain, or Craig Overton, who last season was certainly the official vice-captain and did captain Somerset in 2 games towards the end of the season, including their famous game against Surrey. which Somerset won. So I don't know why James Rew has been preferred. No doubt something will emerge during the course of the day. We will see. But I'm sure James Rew will do a good job. He's got an old head on young shoulders. As Wheel is into Dixon, who's off the mark with a push into the offside. Quickly through for the single. Middleton Fields from backward point. Somerset move on to 3 without loss. 4 slips, square leg, backward point, mid off, mid on, and a long leg on this chilly, overcast morning. It actually started to rain as I was driving here this morning, just as I crossed the Hampshire border. Wheel to Vaughan, who turns that into the onside. And there's no run.
Yeah, well, that's very apt.
Well, it's not. Hampshire have always been one of my favourite counties, going right back to the Roy Marshall days.
Right.
When Roy Marshall used to open the innings, and Butch White, and of course the great Derek Shackleton bowled for Hampshire. His Wheel in, bowls to Vaughan down the leg side. Must have clipped the pad. I think there was a noise. But how are Hampshire going to cope without James Vaughan and Mohammed Abbas? You know, because they're two big losses, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they'll cope pretty well without James Vaughan.
You mean say James Vaughan?
James Vince. I don't think they'll miss James Vaughan too much. But listen, as has been said many times, that you lose your highest run scorer over the last 4 years at the very least.
Wheel to Vaughan, not Vince.
So you lose. Well, he's the man you look at in the batting order, don't you? When the team's announced, you look at his name, and of course his stats bear that out. And you lose a man who's taken nearly 180 wickets for you in 4 years. And how do you feel that? How does any team feel that? But you have to say, so far, a win against Yorkshire and that draw against Surrey at the Oval.
His Wheel into bowl to Vaughan, gets a thick inside edge out into the onside. Won't get a run.
We've been blown away for 4 years up at the Oval early season with Vince and with Abbas in the side, and yet last week, when halfway through the game it looked like we were going to get blown away again, we've actually fought back seriously well. So how are Hampshire coping? So far, it's early season. You have to say, so far they're coping all right. Yeah.
It's Wheel in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Vaughan, and thus far I think it's time for me to make way for, who am I making way for? Amelia?
No, you're staying on.
Oh, I'm staying on.
Yeah, you're staying on for 15 minutes because we need to hear more about Somerset.
Well, Somerset have had a disappointing start to the season. It's it's the bottom line. Couldn't seal the deal against Worcestershire on an absolutely dead pitch on the last day. They bowled 112 overs on the last day, which is an hour's worth more than the standard 96.
Wow.
And still couldn't take that last wicket.
So Anthony Gibson is staying on, and then alongside him is Anthony Clapham from the Hampshire Disability and England Disability teams.
And we've got Kyle Abbott to bowl from this hotel end. He's bowling to Sean Dixon. He's there and bowls, and Dixon plays a defensive shot. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning.
2 Anthonys on commentaries. This must be a first, I think.
It has to be a first. Has to be a first. My mum would say Anthony, but I don't mind Anthony.
All right.
I don't mind Anthony. So do you get called Tony a lot?
No, I used to. Well, many years ago, but no, I'm either Anthony or I'm Gibbo.
Yeah. It's really fresh out there today, isn't it? It's very different to the last 2 or 3 weeks that we've had. We've been really lucky, but today certainly feels more of an April cricket day. So
yes, it's more what you'd expect at this time of year.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, beanies in the warm-up were out there, and I certainly feel like I need to get a beanie. I might have to go down after my stint now and get mine, I think.
I've brought mine. I'm keeping it in reserve when it gets really cold. But helmet has come out. Who's that under the helmet? That forward
Maybe
short
one of the youngsters, I would have thought. Middleton, maybe?
So 3 slips and a forward short leg for Abbott to Dixon. Oh, and Dixon is beaten.
Bowling well.
Pushing hard at that ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, he seems to be bowling well this morning. Is Kyle Abbott. Just where we're stationed here, we're very central, but obviously when we're not on commentary, you can go sort of right behind the bowler's arm where Kyle Abbott's bowling now, and he just seems to go wide of the crease, shaping it in. And there's been a few sort of held its line and hit Vaughan and quite high and close call for LBW, and then he's nipped a few away that just slightly missed the outside edge there. So he's doing a bit.
Well, he's been an absolute menace to Somerset over the last few years. He's in and bowls to Dixon, who goes for a big drive, gets a thick edge, and will pick up 4 runs down to wide third man. Well, that's a fairly typical Sean Dixon release shot. And he gets away with it too often in recent times. He's blocked, then gone for the big shot and nicked off into the slips or to the wicketkeeper.
First boundary of the day, though. It's 4 in the book.
7 without loss. Hey, poor old Sean Dixon. He had a rotten time since he joined Somerset. As Abbott is in and bowls, and he pushes this just drops it into the offside, sets off for a well-judged single.
Good running there.
Moves on to 7. He averages in 19 games for Somerset 19.4, which for an opening bat is not great.
Not ideal, no. Have you got anybody in sort of reserve though? Opening batters are quite hard to find, aren't they? I assume that's why Archie.
Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, would probably be the obvious one. Cornishman.
Yeah.
As Abbott is into Vaughan, who comes hesitantly forward, sort of hanging the bat in front of his pads. It takes the outside edge and runs perfectly safely wide of the slips down to the third man boundary for a streaky 4. But he just looked all at sea there against that delivery from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, like I said, coming wide of the crease, angling it in, and then it's just getting that nip away. It's certainly the ball's doing a lot more than what we maybe have seen in the first few championship matches this year.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win for Hampshire. I'm sure if Somerset had won the toss, they'd have bowled as well. Abbott to Vaughan, taken on the pad. Stifled appeal, that one, I think, going down leg side.
And high, I think. Not a lot going for there, but it's been a pretty good start for Kyle Abbott, hasn't it? It's
12 without loss, Somerset, after 5 overs. Tough going out there.
I was looking at the overs bowled by the Somerset bowlers coming into this game, and I think you mentioned there, they would have bowled first. I think maybe a few of the bowlers wouldn't mind a bit of a rest though, looking at it's back-to-back games, but that said though, the ball is swinging, so Bradley Will's going to bowl from the pavilion end, and he's
Jack Leach has bowled 120 overs in the first two games,
which is incredible, isn't it? Okay, Wheels coming into Dixon now, and just left outside off stump, sort of angling the ball in. That one was going away though. Back to the 4 slips. Sorry, Anthony.
No, I was just going to say, and Archie Vaughan has bowled over 100 as well.
Yeah, I tuned in to your commentary on the last day.
Against Worcester.
Yeah, that was really, really good game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was spoilt by that pitch. I mean, it went completely dead.
Wheel coming in again to Dixon, and it's a bit windy here as we are at the commentary right at the top of the Hilton Hotel, right at the top, and we're even higher than the seagulls as they're flying down. So apologies if you can hear a bit of wind in the background, but there's no forward short leg now for Wheel Dixon. This has gone for the 4 slips. Hampshire would be looking to pick up an early wicket here in the first half an hour. 13 without loss. Archie Vaughan on strike. Wheel comes in again over the wicket. Slightly full onto the leg side. He just clips off his legs down to Liam Dawson at fine leg, who looks very, very cold. Every time he throws it in, he puts his hand straight back into his pockets. I'm sure he's got some hand warmers in there as well. I feel like I could do with some hand warmers.
Yeah, both batsmen wearing short sleeve sweaters though, which is interesting. I expect they've got some sort of body warmer on underneath as well.
Definitely. Yeah, and I think there's only one or two of the Somerset players on the balcony up there. I think they'll be hiding in the change rooms as well, trying to stay warm. As Dixon's on strike now to Wheel over the wicket. Fuller again. It looks a bit. Oh, he's given him. Wow, looks very high from here, but good enough for the umpire. And that's Hampshire's first wicket. Dixon falls again for 7.
Oh dear, poor old Sean Dixon. Such a struggle for him. Looking at that looks pretty stone dead, if you ask me.
That's not high at all. That's middle, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty stone dead. Just playing around the ball coming into him. Sean Dixon.
Yeah, just angling the air.
He's playing with he's playing around his front pad. If he kept Kevin James just demonstrating how the forward defensive shot should be played, which is keep the face of the bat going through the line of the ball.
Yeah,
instead of trying to turn it into
planting his front foot on the off stump. Wheel's been sort of angling it in most of the morning and just missed a straight one, unfortunately, for Dixon, who his troubles at opening the batting for Somerset continue. And we'll get an early look at Lammonby.
We will. Who is playing his 51st consecutive championship match for Somerset. Thank you, Steve Pittard, retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hughes Episcopi, better known as Eli's. And in modern times, this is the second most consecutive championship matches played for Somerset after Charles Willoughby's 90 between 2006 and 2011.
Great.
The most of all,
I love stats, Anthony. You need to give me some more of these.
Most of all, Brian Langford, the great off spinner, he played 219 consecutive championship matches for Somerset between 1957
he definitely
and 1964.
Wasn't a bowler, surely.
He was a bowler.
He was?
Yeah. He was very, very good off-break bowler. He was very unlucky not to play for England. But we had a lot of off-spinners in those days, in the late 50s, early 60s.
Left-handed, Lammonby's on strike. Wheel will continue, though, over the wicket. Got the 4 slips. They're very, very close. Very close. And 4th slip's quite close as well. So as he comes over the wicket, just short of the length, just pops it into the offside for no run. You've got Prest, Albert, James Fuller and Brett Hampton in the
Tom
cordon.
Lammonby got starts in both innings against Sussex, 24 in the first and 33 in the second, without going on. But he topped the averages for Somerset last season, 961 runs at average of around 50.
Batting at 3 as well?
Yep, batting at 3.
Wow. This Wheel comes in, big wicket to get then. Left outside, and again he's getting it to swing now as the lacquer's coming off the new ball, and that concludes the over there, although the scoreboard suggests there's one more ball. Oh no, it's caught up now. So 14 for 1 now, Somerset.
Well, the Somerset opening partnership dilemma still very far from being solved. I've been making the case that James Rew's got a younger brother, Thomas.
Yeah, I've seen some of his second 11 scores.
Yeah, who's very, very promising. He's doing his A-levels this term, but when he's finished those, I guess he'll come into contention. And I'd quite like to see Thomas Rew being given the gloves, because he's a wicket-keeper batsman as well.
Is he a better keeper?
There's not much to choose between them, from what I can gather. Abbott in and bowls. Ooh, an appeal for LBW.
That looked close.
It did look close, as Archie Vaughan again comes slightly indeterminately forward, as if he's not quite sure what. Well, I'm sure he isn't quite sure what the ball's going to do, but maybe a little bit late on the shot as well. Maybe just got outside off stump.
Maybe he's struggling to line him up, because Abbott is coming wide of the crease. He usually angles it in and swings it away. He's struggled against Abbott so far this morning.
14 for 1 as Kyle Abbott is in and bowls to Vaughan. Kyle Abbott, destroyer of Somerset's championship hopes back in 2019 when he took 17 for 86 in the match down here at the Utilita Bowl, the penultimate match of Somerset's season. And if they'd won that game, the championship would have been theirs, effectively.
The championship bridesmaids I've read this week.
Well,
Somerset
have never won the county championship. This is their 150th anniversary year, as Abbott is in and bowls outside the off stump to Vaughan, who doesn't have to play a shot. So it would be the ideal year in which to win the county championship. But they haven't made the sort of start that you would expect from potential county champions. I think they've been hit very hard by the absence of Matt Henry. They're pinning a lot of hopes on Matt Henry, who did so well for them 2 years ago.
When is he due?
Good question. Not just yet, I think, is the answer. He's recovering from knee injury and shoulder injury. Abbott in bowls, and did that actually take the edge?
No, I think you can just see, just watching the replay here, the way he goes wide of the crease, just angling it in and then just nips it away. It's just so good to watch.
Went through quite low to Ben Brown, Hampshire captain and wicketkeeper. Still those 4 slips waiting for the outside edge.
Yeah, not the quickest wicket here at Utilita. Obviously would have left a bit more grass on it this week, so get a bit more carrying for the seamers.
Abbott in bowls to Vaughan, who will pick up a single as Brad Wheel comes in from the long leg boundary to do the fielding. On Twitter, Sam Shane, Dixon doesn't look like an opener. Philip Newman Hall, why will Somerset not see what is obvious to us all, that Dixon shouldn't open? Well, he is an opening batsman by trade, I think, is the answer to that, Philip, and he has opened the innings successfully in the past for both Kent and Durham, but he hasn't done it for Somerset.
I mean, looking at the table though, Surrey aren't they've had a bit of a slow start as well, so it's a long season.
This is Abbott to Lammonby, who's off the mark, tucking that one round the corner.
We've had an email, Solent Gmail. Hi Kevin and co, thank you very much for the fantastic commentary as usual. Really enjoy watching the first couple of games so far this year, especially with Hampshire flourishing in the post-James Vince era. Most unexpectedly, I must say. I agree. Yeah, it's going to be hard to find anybody to fill James Vince's boots.
One of the best batsmen in the country.
He was, yeah.
Just a real shame that he couldn't convert his county form into form for England.
Yeah.
So I'll hand over to Amelia.
Yeah. Thanks, Anthony.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, he maybe he didn't get the run of chances or the run of consistent chances with England, sort of in and out of the side. It's never easy to sort of feel like you're getting set as Wheel comes into Tom Lammonby, who leaves the ball. So yeah, it must be tough coming in and out the side, and especially opening the batting. Got 70 odd in that Ashes test, and then I think did he get a real good ball and then didn't really recover from that. So, but Somerset 16 for 1 on a very April summer's day, or spring day, let's say. Sorry, we've been very, very lucky with the weather early April. A bit windy, cold, rain expected later on. As Will comes over the wicket from the pavilion end into Lammonby, just clips off his legs down to fine leg, and Dawson's got some work to do. He picks it up and they come back for 2. Hey Amelia.
Hello. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Good.
Enjoyed today so far?
It's been good. It's a little chilly up here.
It is chilly.
It's a little chilly. I'm a bit like you. I've got my hands in my pockets. We need to find some hand warmers.
I know we do. There's a few shops around the corner, so maybe I might need to do a little run to the shop at tea or lunch or something. You got any jackets or coats or anything?
No, this is me for now, so I'm just going to have to be cold. As my mum would say, you failed to prepare, Amelia, so you're going to be cold.
Will plays and misses Tom Lammonby there. So Will's been sort of angling the ball into the left-handed. Tom Lammonby there, and he's just nipped it away. Hampshire kept the 4 slips in. Sorry, that email earlier from about James Vince was from Mike Rochburn. So thank you, Mike, for the email. There's been a few more coming in. I'll read the next one from Barry Breen in a second, as Will comes in again. To Lammy, Fuller this time tries to sort of punch it through the offside and plays and misses, and it's just dying down to Ben Brown, isn't it? It's not really carrying through from that end.
Absolutely, I think you can see what he was trying to do there, but maybe just with the weather, it's just not carrying as much as you say. Just needs to hope for a bit of sun, but I don't think it's coming.
It's definitely not going to be coming today.
No.
I think with the weather around though, it should sort of move the game on pretty quickly. You'd think. Wheel again, coming into bowl to I'm a bit straighter this time, and Lammerby sort of hits the toe of his back, sign maybe that the pitcher's keeping it a tad low. We've got Wheel with a wicket of Dixon in the previous over. Sort of Dixon planted his foot on the off stump, and it's just kept low, and it was hitting middle. Don't know if you managed to saw the replay there. It was very out, wasn't it? It was
very out. Kev and I came running over to have a look at the replay, where everyone crowded round this screen. But yeah, it was absolutely perfect. He would be very happy with himself. Yeah, I'm a good 150 yards away. I gave it not out at the start, but looking at the replay, it's definitely out. That concludes the over. 18 for 1 Somerset. Lammerby, very watchful start, 3 off 9 balls. And I think from flashing up on the screen there, Abbott's coming back in.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully so far. Not sure how many overs they'll get. Maybe 5, 6 to start off with. He's been bowling really. I mean, he does tend to bowl quite wide anyway, Emilio. He actually usually bowls from the pavilion end, so he's bowling from the hotel end now. And he'll come wide, and then he'll just try and sort of. He actually gets the batsman to play so much, which is so important for an opening bowler, isn't it? Absolutely.
Really tests them, really pushes them to their limit. So here we go. He'll be facing up to Vaughan. Vaughan still on 8 for off 27 as Abbott comes in. Fed straight, and it's pushed down to the 3rd slip there. Dot ball. Abbott looks somewhat annoyed as there was a little bit of a chance that the ball hit the ground before it reached slip.
Yeah, it's not ideal. No. Try so hard to try and find that outside edge, and then when it
just
doesn't carry, you're like,
just watching the replay there, Abbott just have a massive, you could just see the sigh, his shoulders just go, oh, for goodness sake. But he'll come again from the hotel end. He's taking what seems to be an even longer run up this time as he begins towards the pavilion end. Oh, and there's a shout for LBW, but they don't seem that enthralled by it. Abbott turned away very quickly. Umpires said no. Let's have a look at that replay.
Again, just angling it in, isn't it? That one hasn't swung away. Going over. Very watchful from Vaughan, wasn't it? 8 from 29, and I think fairly streaky boundaries as well. The boundary that he hit outside edge, from Kyle Abbott earlier on as well. So big boom in drive, find the inside edge, went down to fine leg.
As Abbott comes in again towards the pavilion end, and it's just pushed off there. Another dot ball. They don't seem that into running that much. I think they're just taking it nice and easy this morning.
Very watchful. Yeah. It's a. I was texting Kev in the week when he said, "Right, you're in on for Friday," and I said, "Oh, brilliant! I'm really looking forward to seeing Sonny Baker." And then I get here and Kev says,
"Who's not playing?"
Yeah, Sonny Baker's been rested today. For everybody who's just tuning in, which is a bit of a shame for both sides really, because some would have been good to see him.
Abbott in again. Going for it, just goes straight through to the wicketkeeper's hands there. Again, a bit of a sigh, sort of kicks his feet as if to say, oh, that was another missed opportunity. Let's see how close that really was on the replay. Oh, it wasn't far off, but no, just skidded past Vaughan there.
Yeah, Vaughan's right hit coming through there, and just trying. Hasn't quite found the edge so far, kind of. He's bowled beautifully this morning. So good, almost too good that he hasn't found the edge really.
I think both batsmen might be slightly regretting the shorter jumper as they're dancing around just as before he comes in now, Abbott, and it's just blocked off. That's it, and I think that will conclude the over of 6 dot balls. So quite a quiet over.
I thought it was over, but I think there's one more ball.
Is there one more?
Yeah, I thought it. It's hard to see all those dots up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dot, 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 dot.
We've got one more.
Come on, Kyle Abbott, you deserve a wicket
Absolutely.
today. And to be fair, though, Archie Vaughan has battled very well
Yeah,
this morning, so he's been very, very watchful.
he's holding his ground.
Mm-hmm.
That was Abbott just coming again, just getting through to the wicket-keeper. And a final dot ball to conclude the over as everyone changes round.
Yeah, again, kept it very low there. I'll just give you some score updates in and around the country. Some good games in Division 1. So Durham are playing Yorkshire at Durham. Yorkshire, good start, 23, very watchful, 23 without loss. Essex are 36 for 2 versus Worcestershire. Sussex made a good start, 44 without loss of 8 overs against Surrey. And Warwickshire 32 for 2 against Notts. In Division 2, Derbyshire 25 for 2 against Northampton. As Wheel comes in to Tom Lamberby. A bit straighter again, just knocked into the offside for no run. Stoneman will pick up the ball, give it a good shine, throw it to Kyle Abbott. I'm sure we'll have a look at it as well. Maybe we'll see Kyle Abbott for one more over, sorry, after this, and then maybe see James Fuller coming on to replace him. Maybe even the overseas for Hampton. Gloucestershire 29 for 2 against Kent. Lancashire struggled this early season. 19 for 2 against Leicestershire. And Glamorgan are 26 without loss at Lords. As Will comes running down the hill, over the wicket. Fuller this time. This time they do drop it into the offside and do get off the remark. So you mentioned earlier, wasn't really looking for runs, but that was good running from the two there.
They looked both very excited when they started moving there. They were like, oh yes, let's go for it. Absolutely.
I'm excited to see Lamberby actually. I was listening to Anthony earlier saying I think 900 plus runs last year, averaging 50, and considering how sort of poor the Somerset openers have been, you know, that's exactly what you need to have at number 3.
Absolutely.
You know, a consistent performer, a big weight to runs, and a good strong average as well. So 4 slips. There's Archie Vaughan, the right-handed Archie Vaughan's on strike. As Will comes in, that's carried. First ball today we've seen really lift off a length. It's Ben Brown, who I'm sure has taken more steps close to the wickets every ball, and that's just getting length, angled in and really nipped away. So ball starting to talk a little bit.
Absolutely. We've had an email in from Stephen Clark. He's up in the Shane Warne stand, and he said everyone's taking cover up the top just to try and get out the wind. But they've got a good bit of a turnout. Each over seems to just have a few more people trickling in. Yeah. You can see a couple more coming up the stands now.
Wheel again, slightly shorter this time again. Maybe a bit excited about the bounce that we saw the ball previously. Yeah, I thought that. Obviously, Good Friday, bank holiday here in England, and I mean, it would have been nice to have the weather we had in the last few weeks, but so far so good. No rain, everybody. So it is due sort of after lunch. But
the last I looked, I think it was 2 o'clock. So we might get a little bit in after lunch, but who knows with the weather forecast these days.
Yeah, I certainly would rather be bowling in these conditions than batting. So Hampshire would be looking to get a few more, but Vaughan very, very consistent here. Just very watchful, which is good. Going to try and see the shine off the ball and let the guys come in behind him who are in good form.
Yeah, as you were saying, I think Hampshire really need to try and utilise this weather, this opportunity for bowl. They won the toss and they opted to bowl. Somerset on 19 for 1 at the moment, so I think they'll be quite happy with that progress at the moment, Hampshire. But I think they'd be looking to just get another one nice and quickly and sort of keep Somerset on the back foot.
Definitely. Yeah, try and get through the first hour as an opener.
Absolutely.
Archie Vaughan's doing a really good job at the moment as he finds the outside edge there, Wheel, and that's going to be 4 runs. Hampshire won't be disappointed like that. Wheel certainly won't be. He'll be maybe a little frustrated, but Archie Vaughan finds his second boundary of this morning, both from the outside edge to the third man boundary, and Somerset 23 for 1. Abbott looks like he's going to get another one as well. So
I think they're really trying to utilise him now, get him in.
Yeah, he's bowling really well.
Use that pace.
Yeah.
I think he wants one as well. I think he'd be irritated with himself.
I think as a bowler, when you've seen the ball doing what it's doing at the moment, he hasn't bowled to a left-hander as well. That might be another reason. I think he's going to come around the wicket. It'll be interesting to see where he goes here, because he usually goes sort of wide of the wicket, as I mentioned, when he comes over to the left-hander. I wonder if he'll get close to the umpire and try and sort of swing it in, and this will be interesting. Very different look for the Hampshire lineup this year, bowling-wise. No Mohammed Abbas, no John Turner. Obviously, John Turner's gone to Lancashire for a couple of games.
Absolutely, and we've had a bit of a fielding change now. We're only down. We were 4 slips. We've just gone down to just the 3, as we face off to Lammonby. As we said, the left-hander, and Abbott comes in from the hotel end, and it's just pushed off to the offside there.
I'm sure you can hear it in the mic that we've got going out to the ground, but Tom Lammonby is smacking his bat into the ground as the bowler's running in. He must get through a fair few bats doing that.
Is that a distraction tactic? Is that a focus tactic? Is it a...
Every batter has their own little thing that they like to try and do. I try and do four touches on the floor.
Yeah.
It has to be an even number.
As Abbott comes in again, he's not hit his bat this time, so he's ready, maybe trying a different tactic, and he unfortunately completely missed that. The wicketkeeper managed to pick that up nicely before almost falling over, but he didn't even manage to stay on his feet.
And that's bounced twice before Ben Brown there.
Yeah, it's just
shows you
as you say, not carrying at all through.
No.
I think Ben Brown might need to take just a step in.
Yeah, I'm sure groundsmen around the country have been extremely happy with the weather we've had. Certainly at my club, we've never been able to water the square by, I think, probably until sort of mid to end of May this year. We've had to do it in April, which is fantastic.
Absolutely.
So, season starting soon for a lot of the local clubs.
As Abbott comes in again, facing off to Lammonby. And Lammonby just leaves it as it carries through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks really gets in a good position. His head right over the ball. Seems to leave the ball quite well.
He's just sort of practicing that again after, as the ball gets thrown around back to Abbott. Somerset have faced 10 overs and they are 23 for 1, 10.3. So we're in the...
I don't think they'll be looking at the scoreboard at the moment. I think they'll be literally just trying to get through the first sort of hour or so and
absolutely just get past Abbott.
Get through Abbott. Yeah, you're right.
And Abbott comes in again, and it's just pushed off to the leg side, just tapped just in front of him as a couple of fielders come to retrieve it. As the ball has only gone, I would say, about 2 meters away from him, and it's dead. It's stopped dead in the ground there, not moving at all.
Well, just if you're watching that again, it's maybe again when we mentioned about the pace of the pitch, but the way his as a left-handed, his left hip would have come round, so it's a bit early on that there, but yeah, that's quite interesting really, just to see sort of you've got to really try and hold your shape as a batter, especially early on with the ball moving.
Abbott comes in again, and again it's just left. I think Lammonby almost thought it might swing out for a wide, but it didn't. It just carried through to the wicketkeeper Ben Brown there, and another dot ball for Abbott. I think we're really wanting that first wicket, as he's holding Somerset for nothing for this over at the moment.
Yeah, bowling well. He's bowled 4 in swingers, and then that last ball there was the away swinger to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Well left again.
You can really see the wind is picking up a bit, because Abbott's t-shirt is going absolutely crazy as he comes in again from the Hilton end.
It was Fuller.
And it was Fuller, and it's just gone pushed off. Will it go for a 4? It will, and it's just gone off in deep fine leg, chasing after it, but unfortunately didn't manage to get there. I think we're going to have a bit of a commentary swap now.
Yep, I'm going to go off. I think I'm going to be replaced by Kev James.
Amelia Clark.
Hello, Kevin
Nice to
James.
see you back.
Nice, thank you very much for having me back.
A little bit different weather-wise up here compared to 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it was beautiful 2 weeks ago.
Unlike today.
It could be worse though, it could be raining.
Well, it will later. So we're told, but you never know actually.
Kevin's decided it is going to rain, that is it. I think he's even put the time on and he's gone, no, at this time it will rain.
Well, that's what the apps are saying.
It is, to be fair, I looked at mine about 2 minutes ago and it's definitely saying, mine's saying come 2 o'clock we will be raining.
Is that right?
Yeah, until about 8 o'clock unfortunately.
So there's no danger of us coming back later on?
No. Have you got your train booked already then?
Yeah. Or yours.
Lovely, we've got... Oh, it was a big shout for LBW there from Wheel, but the umpire's not interested and they quickly lose interest. I think it was a bit of a hopeful one rather than an actual one. So Wheel already on 1 for 11, looking for another one. Somerset 27 for 1. He's facing Vaughan, who's 12 for 38. As Anthony said before, very watchful. He's just taking his time. He's not racing away. Just trying to get through that first hour.
Well, I think Somerset will be quite happy, only losing 1 wicket.
Yeah.
So far this morning.
Especially in these conditions.
Yeah.
As Wheel comes in again. And very high ball. Vaughan swung for it, but there was no contact with the bat there, and it just got carried through to Ben Brown.
Nice and high.
It was very high.
So just to repeat, Hampshire won the toss, selected to bowl first. No Sonny Baker for Hampshire. England said that they didn't want him playing 3 games in a row, so Hampshire unfortunately couldn't select him, and they selected James Fuller instead. And I've just seen James Fuller at third slip do some exercises, so we might see him shortly.
Oh, he's warming up as Wheel comes in from the pavilion end, and it's just blocked off there to the leg side.
Archie Vaughan, that shot there looks like a bit like his dad, wasn't it? The way,
yes.
The way Michael Vaughan used to play those sort of forward defensives, didn't he? Just
on the front foot, head down, block.
Yeah, he just looked like his dad there, really.
I bet he gets that all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like Flintoff up at Lancashire, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Really? Everybody says, "Oh, he looks like his dad when he's doing that."
Yeah. As Will comes in again towards us at the Hilton, and it's just blocked off there to the offside. Again for another dot ball. Somerset just playing defensively for now.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep those 2 batters in, Vaughan and Lammonby. Try and create a bit of a partnership.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Somerset would have bowled first had they won the toss, especially with what looks like to be a reasonable amount of time being taken out of the game.
Absolutely. As Will comes in again, and it's just, oh, there's a big shout for LBW there. The slips are still shouting. The umpire doesn't seem interested at all. They seem quite disappointed. Let's have a look at the replay there. As Will comes in. Oh, it did look like it might have been, I think it wasn't in line, you know. I think it was pitching inside leg.
Yeah, did it hit him on the back leg more? Did it glance the front leg as he went through? I mean, I suppose you could say he was maybe slightly outside the line. I mean, is there enough doubt there? Certainly close.
The umpire was not convinced, clearly.
No.
The shout was not big enough as Will comes in again for the final ball of this over. And it's just pushed off by Vaughan into the offside, as we'll have a change around in overs.
There's a couple of milestones today in the Hampshire ranks. I don't know if it's been mentioned before. If it has, apologies. Ben Brown is playing his 200th first-class match. He's the Hampshire Red Bull captain for this year, behind the stumps. Obviously, a fair proportion of those are with Sussex. And Liam Dawson is playing his 200th first-class game for Hampshire.
Was it his 100th, did you say?
200.
200's even better.
So Ben Brown 200th overall, Liam Dawson 200th for Hampshire. So 2 notable events. And we have a change of bowling at our commentary end. It's Brett Hampton, the Kiwi all-rounder from Northern Districts, who is a late signing for Hampshire. For the first 2 months it was going to be Jack Edwards, mentioned that before. Apologies if you think, oh, we know that. But it was the New South Wales captain, Jack Edwards, but he unfortunately got injured towards the end of the Australian season, and Hampshire called up Brett Hampton.
We have had an email in from Neil Prowse. Very, very lovely email. He said, "Morning, Kevin. All just wondering, following all the suggestions 2 weeks ago, has Amelia found herself a club yet?" I haven't found my club yet, actually.
Have you
but
not?
I wrote down. I went back on the emails and I wrote down all of the numbers. Unfortunately, I've just been a little busy.
Hampton's around the wicket. That's flicked away by Lammonby. That's going for 4 up towards the far end of the ground. A little bit loose there from Hampton. A bit of a loosener.
Yes. But thank you, Neil. I will.
Yeah.
I will. Don't worry. I'm still looking, and I will get someone soon. I've also been playing quite a bit of tennis at the moment. Different sport, but
Well, I got the feeling when you were on for the first time 2 weeks ago that right now your tennis is your thing.
Yes. I love my tennis. I've always been a big tennis, but I would like to I need to get back into my cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. It's just finding the time.
Here's Hampton again. It's leg stumpish, and again it's going to be the same result. It is. It's going to be 4 more. Hampton around the wicket, just starting the delivery too straight, and it's going down the leg side to the left-hander, and Lammonby has taken advantage. He moves on to 16. Somerset 35 for 1. And of course we mustn't forget you've got a full-time job with BBC Radio Sony.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Although, well, it is still full-time, but we've said no, we're going to nab Amelia for the sport.
It's now full-time Hampshire cricket.
Full-time Hampshire cricket commentary. So,
yeah.
So you'll be doing more hours than full-time, believe me.
Oh.
Once the season gets going.
I absolutely do.
Yeah, we haven't warned Amelia about that yet. That's a better line.
Yes.
Lammonby's forward. So Hampton again is under pressure straight away. I think the one thing about Brett Hampton is quite interesting actually, because what he does do in New Zealand when he plays in the Plunket Shield, he's bowling with Kookaburra balls.
Oh, right.
Yeah, which of course don't have a very big seam on them.
No.
And over here he's bowling with Duke balls.
Which have a bigger seam.
Which have a bigger seam, and of course they feel different in his hand. So
Yeah.
I think the feeling at the moment is he's just getting himself used to bowling with these different type of balls. That's a better line.
That's great.
And it's guided down to third, but there was a little bit of movement off the seam there. Lammonby played it quite well actually, open face down to third. But it's a single, and he moves on to 17, and 36 for 1 is the Somerset total. So yeah, he's just been leaking a few runs really. There's no doubt the guy can bowl. He was the New Zealand Player of the Year.
Wow.
Voted, yes he was, the New Zealand Domestic Player of the Year, Brett Hampton. But he's just 5 overs, 1 for 23 in the first innings against Yorkshire here, 13.5, 2 for 61 in the second innings. Hampton bowls, that's nipped back, that's a good delivery, but it's well left by Archie Vaughan. And then at Surrey last week, 14 overs, 1 for 46, not too bad, but 9 overs, 1 for 44 in the second innings. Yeah. So he's never really sort of had a settled, quiet spell yet, really.
Definitely feels like the Somerset batters have seen him coming and gone, right, this is our chance, just to get a few on the board, get that partnership a little bit higher, get moving, get the momentum in their favour just a touch more.
Last ball of his first over, Hampton turns. Pass to Archie Vaughan once more, and short. Vaughan pulls that away through the leg side. That'll be 4.
Very nice.
Well, again, it's just
sitting up a bit higher, I think.
Yeah,
Vaughan saw the opportunity and went for it.
Yeah, too short. 13 off that first over from Brett Hampton. 40 for 1, Somerset getting a little bit of a boost from that over. SomerCricket@gmail.com, of course, if you want to email us. There's myself, Amelia, the 2 Anthonys, all here, ready to answer your emails. Anthony, of course, with his own X feed. Yeah, he will give you all those details for Somerset fans that don't really want to speak to us. Don't like us.
Oh, we like them though. We like everyone.
Of course we do. We've got a good record against Somerset. Of course
That's
we like
why
them.
we like them. So Wheels taking up the bowling once again from the pavilion, and he's coming in. And a big gasp goes around the ground and from Kevin James as the ball came in.
That was an extravagant shot.
It was a bit over the top, absolutely, as it just got pushed through, carried through to the wicket keeper at slip.
Yeah, just looking at the record, Hampshire won the last 2 here, and at Taunton actually haven't lost in the championship since 2019.
Gosh.
So yeah, pretty good record in first class against a side that, of course, has been there or thereabouts, a bit like Hampshire over the last few years.
Absolutely. And Wheel comes in again from the pavilion and towards us at the Hilton, and it's just pushed off. He dove for it. And it's there's 2 fielders went for it, 2 fielders missed it, and it's been pushed out to the pavilion end for a 4. Lammonby will be quite happy with himself there, as Wheel sort of dropped down to pick it up, completely missed it, and then the second fielder also missed it there. I'm not sure who that was out on that boundary, but completely slipped through them.
Mid on, I think. Is it Kyle Abbott? It might be Kyle Abbott.
I think it is, yeah.
It is. That's nicely timed though by Lammerby. 21 off 23 in these conditions is a pretty good return. That's pretty quick with the ball still moving around a bit. It's edged down to third by Lammerby. Full of delivery there from Wheel. Is it my over? I can't remember. Is it your over?
I don't know. I think
I'll do it. I'll finish it off. I'll finish it off for you. It might be me. I can't remember. I've lost my track already. 45 for 1 then Somerset, who have made a couple of changes. No Lewis Gregory, the all-rounder. He's got a bit of a niggle. He's out of the side. Alfie Ogborn is in. Josh Davey has also missed out today, and in comes Craig Overton, who's been rested last game. Craig Overton ready for these next batch of matches for Somerset. That's nipped back a little at Vaughan. Pushes that back up the pitch. Nice straight bat presented to the bowler there, and the big team news for Hampshire, of course. No Sonny Baker, the former Somerset seamer. England saying that he can't play this game. And so they brought in James Fuller, who's still doing some exercises now. I think when we started commentary, Amelia was doing something. He's still doing something.
Maybe he's just keeping himself warm.
Well, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Haven't as yet seen him in the bowling attack. Hasn't played yet this season for Hampshire. This is his first game. Here's Brad Wheel, though, who started the season well with the ball. It's tucked away on the leg side by Vaughan. Runs the first one quickly, but there won't be any more than one. Vaughan moves on to 17. 46 for 1, just the one wicket that's fallen this morning. Sean Dixon after 20 minutes of play. LBW2, Brad Wheel for 7. That was 14 for 1, and Brad Wheel has started the season pretty well. That's his 10th wicket of the season. 5 in the match against Yorkshire, 4 in the first innings against Surrey, and 1 here so far this morning. Here's Wheel again from the pavilion end. Bowls to the left-hander, Lammerby. Leaves that one alone. That's closer to the off-stump. That's a good leave. That's nipped back as well, wasn't it? Look at Ben Brown moving to his right.
Yeah.
Just watching the replay there on the live picture feed. Just show you how much that ball did come back. And
Ben Brown really had to die for that.
We did. And actually, I think the ball, when I was saying the ball came back, actually it probably didn't. It's just the ball's probably bounced around about off stump, but Lammerby still left it. Just watching it here again. And actually, it's probably nipped away a fraction, really. That's just a very good leave. I wonder Brad Wheel had his hands on his head. Thank you, Amelia. Amelia Clark will be back shortly. Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset and Bristol is back in alongside me. As Brett Hampton, who really does just need a quiet spell at some point. Has already started with 13 off his first over. Vaughan pushes forward to a length ball. That's a good ball. It's pushed out square on the offside. And there is no run. Still cold, still breezy around here in Hedge End, just outside Southampton.
Yes, I don't want to put the mockers on these two Somerset batsmen, but they're batting very sensibly under the conditions, I think, which are not easy.
Agreed. Vaughan's looked quite tight, hasn't he, in his technique? Hampton in again, runs away from us and bowls. It's wide of off stump. Yeah, what we've seen of Brett Hampton so far this season, Anthony, that
I haven't seen anything of Brett Hampton before.
He's a bit mixed, actually, with the ball at the moment.
Is he... who else have Hampshire got coming as overseas players?
Well, they've got a couple for T20. They've obviously got Kyle Abbott for the whole season. He's signed for the first 2 months, as Jack Edwards would have been had he stayed fit. So what Hampshire do after that, I'm not sure. They'll have somebody, but not that. Vaughan drives, thickish outside edge, did open the face of the bat, goes down towards deep backward point, 47 for 1. So yeah, he's around for 2 months, and then I think Hampshire will assess things and get somebody else in for the next passage of play.
What do you think about non-international overseas players coming over and joining counties and taking the places potentially of homegrown, up-and-coming young talent?
It's a bit of a loaded question, that one, Anthony. Here comes Brett Hampton around the wicket. That's cut away by Lammerby. Again, it's a wide delivery. It's off the toe of the bat as it goes down towards third.
Well, it applies to Somerset as well, because we've got Miguel Pretorius, who hasn't played international cricket for South Africa. He's been on the fringe of the one-day side, and you could argue that he's keeping. I mean, Alfie Ogborn is in the side for this game, but he hasn't played the first 2 games. And you know, I just, in the old days, in your day, the overseas players were all internet test stars.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Hampton bowls outside the off stump. Vaughan leaves alone. No, I get it. I think. Oh, Somerset will have their reasons, obviously, why Pretorius is here.
He's a good journeyman county cricketer, but he's not an international test star.
No.
He's not Malcolm Marshall or Shane Warne.
Well, who is, or who was? Agreed.
Or Kyle Abbott, for that matter.
Kyle Abbott, I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, this guy, as Hampton comes in, that's just swinging in a fraction, but it's nicely tucked away on the leg side. There is a deep mid-wicket. That's Nick Gubbins. So it's just a single. 49 for 1 Somerset at the end of that over. It's a tough one in that some of these guys, Brett Hampton, obviously can play. You're not New Zealand Cricketer of the Year if you can't play. He's 33, but he's never played for New Zealand. So whichever way you look at it, he's got to 33 years of old, but never played international cricket. But in the most recent season, he's their domestic player of the year. So he obviously got something. So when you look at your side, I think Hampshire have looked at it and said, well, look, we've got no James Vince here, a mega batter, and we're asking some youngsters really to fill in and step up to the mark. Now, we're asking 3 youngsters probably, at least. So I think they're looking at it and saying, well, look, hang on a minute, perhaps we just need to bolster the batting a little bit more down the order. And Brett Hampton actually does bat. I mean, he's got a decent batter.
He's got a better batting average than he has a bowling average.
Yeah. So you've got a good all-rounder there, but I'm afraid with the ball at the moment, he's just not quite showing it with the ball. So it then exposes you, and you think, well, hang on a minute, we've got a bloke playing here who actually was keeping maybe 1 or 2 people out the side.
You've got some good young cricketers coming on in Hampshire?
Well, yeah. I mean, the batters especially. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're there. It's just, if you want to stay in Division 1, what do? Do you sort of say, well, for a year or 2, we'll give these guys a go?
Here's James Fuller in from the pavilion end, bowls to Vaughan, who tucks that away nicely through the onside. I think that's going to run away to the boundary for 4 to wide mid-on. Nicely timed shot from Archie Vaughan. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Over-pitched on leg stump. Not a good start for James Fuller. That's the 50 on the board for Somerset. 50 for 1. The one being Sean Dixon.
I mean, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, you've seen Alfie Ogborn a lot more than me. I mean, he's a good bowler.
He is, yeah.
But what do you do? It's a tough one.
Fuller is in bowls to Vaughan. Mixture of bat and pad. Plays that out into the onside. But, and with Somerset, you end up with Sonny Baker feeling that he has to go elsewhere to get in the side. Yeah. Whereas, if we didn't have Miguel Pretorius, he'd have a better chance of getting in the Somerset side. I don't know. It's a difficult one.
When you're a coach, aren't you, on selection, that's the decision, and you have to make a decision, don't you? Do you say, look, because Somerset have been there or thereabouts for a few years, haven't they?
Yeah. Fuller in bowls. This is cut away through the offside, short and wide from Fuller, and not timed perfectly by Archie Vaughan, but he gets enough on it to send it out to the extra cover boundary. 4 more to Vaughan. He moves on to 27 from 55 deliveries. 57 for 1 Somerset. And of course there's no Keith Barker either for Hampshire, is there?
No.
After that very unfortunate happening last season.
Yeah, it's announced a couple of days ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, he's out till July.
Yes, Fuller in and bowls. Oh, and goes past the outside edge. That one bounced. Good delivery to Archie Vaughan. Bounced and a bit and left him a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Barker would play, wouldn't he, if he's playing this game?
He's a tremendously useful cricketer, isn't he?
He'd play this game. He'd be
proper
ideal.
county workhorse.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
It doesn't seem as if any real blame attaches. It's just one of those unfortunate happenings when he took a treatment that turned out to break the rules, as Vaughan pushes this into the offside. So Barker will be back in July.
Yeah. Yeah. But you need a battery of bowlers, don't you? I mean, you've got a good battery of bowlers, and Hampshire have, and several can, especially Surrey. If you're going to compete at the highest level. But going back to the youngsters thing, Somerset want to go one better, don't they? So do you say, well, look, we probably need somebody from outside just to keep us competitive, or do you then say, I'll come back to that.
It was Fuller in the bowls to Vaughan. Yeah,
or do you say, we'll play a couple of youngsters, but we're not quite sure what we're going to get here? You don't want to go backwards. That's the last thing you really want to do. But
having signed Matt
through.
Henry, who is an international fast bowler, and then to sign Pretorius as well as the case for Matt Henry is unanswerable. I mean, he's such a good influence in the changing room as well. And he really led the attack. He brought the best out of Craig Overton last season as well. But I think there's a difference between signing someone like Matt Henry, a proven international fast bowler, and someone like Brett Hampton or Miguel Pretorius.
True. Here is Hampton round the wicket to the left-hander Lammonby. That's swung, but it's full, and it's driven but not timed through extra cover. There'll be 2. Lammonby moves on to 25, 59 for 1. But how many Matt Henrys are there in around the world?
Well, not very many is the answer.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Isn't it? And you guys are lucky that you have
They usually come with strings attached as well, international fast bowlers.
Is there any talk about when he might be available?
Well, not just yet, I think.
Sounds like his injury's worse than perhaps.
Well, I think it's his knee now. He did his shoulder. He's got a knee problem as well.
Hampton bowls. Lammonby's forward. Ball works its way up to mid-off where Stoneman fields.
I doubt if he's going to play much part in this opening series of 7 county championship games. He might be fit for. We go up to Durham at the end of May.
Right.
He might be fit for that.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Yeah, it'll certainly make a difference, as he has done already for you guys, and when he was at Kent as well.
Yeah. Well, he's been very popular wherever he's gone.
Yeah.
Yorkshire were very keen to sign him for this season.
Oh, were they? Hampton again. That's angled across the left-hander, and Lammonby's let that one go by. This movement here for Hampton just needs to get a few more balls in the right areas. Yeah, I mean, ultimately your overseas players are judged on their record coming into county cricket and their record when they leave it. And I think the feeling is here that he's certainly a guy who can bat, and they know he can bowl. It's just that he's not quite got it together quite yet. Comes in and bowls, and that's swung again. That's driven through extra cover. A little bit more venom in that shot, so it's going for 4. But again, Hampton's got the length wrong there. It's too full. And that's another boundary conceded by the Kiwi. And Somerset move on to 63 for 1. I think at the moment for me, the bowling's just a little
They're not making
bit
the most.
inconsistent.
Not making the most of it, are they?
No, it's a bit inconsistent at the moment. You've got Abbott and Wheel working hard at the top, and just in the last couple, 3 or 4 overs, it's just being undone. I mean, look at a field here. You've got a deep cover on a wicket which you've put the opposition in.
You've got 4 men out at the moment.
Deep square leg. You're right, I missed that one. Comes in again. That's gone in with the arm, but a good leave. Ben Brown's diving well to his right.
It's a very strange field. For what's the time? 11 minutes past 12 on the first morning when you've won the toss and asked the opposition to have a bat.
it's not ideal, is it? I mean, 2 men out either side of the wicket says it all, doesn't it? The ball's going both sides of the wicket off the bat. It's not ideal. Not quite what we've been used to at Hampshire over the last couple of years with your Barkers we've just mentioned, as that's a length ball. That's a good.
Keith Barker's such a good foil for Mer Bass and Kyle Abbott, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you just had the same thing, didn't you? It was relentless, line and length, line and length. You certainly wouldn't have had a field like this. Times change.
Yeah, 63 for 1, 27 to Vaughan, 29 to Lammonby. Lammonby 29 from just 32 deliveries. But no room for complacency. Somerset could easily lose 2 or 3 wickets between now and lunch. It's Vaughan on strike. James Fuller, formerly of Gloucestershire, in from the pavilion end, bowls and beats. Well, I think actually Vaughan, just drew his bat inside the line of that at the last moment. Wisely. It was a good delivery from Fuller.
Nice shape.
Yeah. Not sure whether he played at that or not. Whether he actually withdrew his bat after the ball had gone past his outside edge. But he gets away with it. Yes, he's a batsman who wants to open the batting, Archie Vaughan. That's how he sees his future, and he sees his future with Somerset as well, which is very encouraging. Fuller in, bowls to him, and just drops this down into the onside. Again, we've got a pretty defensive field. We've got 4 men out on the boundary, 3rd man long leg, deep mid wicket, and deep cover. Just the 2 slips, Toby Albert and Tom Prest. We've got a backward point and a mid off and mid on, as Hampshire sort of going into plugging away mode, getting the ball in the right areas, hoping that something might happen, as that's outside the off stump, or that batsmen may miscalculate, perhaps even trying to lull the batsman into a false sense of security with this field.
Well, it's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal in conditions like this. Field should and needs to be a little tighter than this. But I'm afraid the scoring has been upped a little bit in the last 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
I'll ask you after this delivery about the difference in captaincy styles between Ben Brown and James Vince outside the off stump, and no shot from Vaughan. Very different characters.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one, because I did ask Ben Brown that a couple of times during the winter. First when he was announced back in January, I think, and then at the pre-season sort of media day. You know, what would we notice being much different? And to be honest, I don't think he really said much different. I don't think he's looking to change a lot of things. You know, Hampshire have done, like Somerset, Hampshire have done a lot of things right over the last few years.
Oh, yeah. Is Fuller in bowls, and this is just run down to 3rd man Brad Wheel down there to do the fielding for a single, 64th one. That's a 50 partnership for the 2nd wicket between Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby, and good applause. Probably quite a few spectators up here from Somerset. In fact, I saw some as I was driving into the ground this morning. I always thought James Vince was, as a captain, he always gave the impression of being very much in command. I mean, it helps that he, was tall and straight back, but he looked like a captain, didn't he?
Agreed. Yeah. And
floodlights coming on here at the Utilita Bowl, as Lammonby gets that off a leading edge. It was in the air for a time, but no fielder anywhere near it, and they take a single, which takes the score on to 65 for 1, 28 to Vaughan and 30 to Lammonby.
Yeah, very popular captain in the dressing room, both with Hampshire and the Southern Brave, and I think he was one or two people's outside chance to do the job at white ball level for England, actually.
Yeah.
I know I know seemingly his career with England's over, but when England were looking for another white ball captain, I think one or two people.
Well, they could have done a lot worse.
Exactly right. But it's gone to Harry Brook. Starting with new over, isn't it? Anthony Gibson is staying on, and then it'll be Anthony Clapham.
This is turned away through the onside by Lammonby. There'll be 2 runs, possibly 3. I think they'll settle for just the 2, as it's fielded out in the deep by Fletcher Middleton. What do you make of this field, Anthony?
It shows me that maybe the bowler hasn't quite got it right. It's more of a one-day field, isn't it?
It is.
4 men out.
Is Hampton in again and bowls, and this is not driven, it's a firm push which isn't timed at all by Tom Lammonby. I think he probably hit it into his foot.
I mean, the positives for Hampton is he is swinging the ball quite a lot as well, so hence why they've got the long leg and deep square leg and third man, and sort of it covers, not, I mean, it's a big hit out there, sort of hovering, isn't he, like 3/4, but give himself a bit of protection.
Hampton in bowling around the wicket to Lammonby. Again, some nice in swing and then away movement.
Yeah, there you go.
But too wide.
It was. I can see the Hampshire coach is walking around the boundary. In a couple of overs, I did see him pull one of the bowlers over. So maybe he's told Hampton to spread the field slightly, just to give himself a chance to get into the swing of things here. I mean, this is his 4th over. First over went for 13, so he's clawed it back a bit. 3.3 overs, 24 runs. No real chances created, but that ball did swing there.
He's in again, fast umpire Burns is there and bowls. That's a better ball. It turned into the onside. Comfortable single for Lammonby. Moves on to 33, 68 for 1.
I can see why he scored so many runs, Lammonby. He just seems, his technique seems so simple. Lets the ball come to him, plays a good cut shot, plays well straight. Real consistent performer for Somerset. Hopefully he can do that again this year.
Yeah, I mean, he really started with a bang back in 2020 in the COVID year and got 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. And as Hampton's into Vaughan, who drives and gets a thick edge just past diving fielder at backward point. James Fuller there, and we'll pick up just the 1 run. Just 69 for 1.
Just been sent a picture from someone watching with their daughter Lucy. So Charlie, hello, and hello Lucy. Hopefully we'll keep her awake for you just for a few more minutes for you, Charlie. Glad you're inside, because as Anthony mentioned earlier, it's very, very gloomy here at the Utilita, with the floodlights are now on, but no rain just yet.
Here's Hampton to Lammonby, and that one really goes off the pitch, but it was far too wide, and Ben Brown has to take it diving almost in front of second slip. End of that over. Hampton has figures of 4 overs for 26. Somerset 69 for 1, 29 to Archie Vaughan, 33 to Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, well, Hampton's definitely got the ball swinging. That's gone an absolute mile there, proper boomerang, but it's for Somerset, positives for Somerset. It wasn't challenging the outside edge of Tom Lammonby there. We've got an email, benefits of technology, calling off back at the department. I'll have to have a read of that in a minute. That's a bit of a long one. As Fuller comes in to Archie Vaughan. Oh yeah, he's nicked off, and James Fuller finds the outside edge for Archie Vaughan, who'll be real disappointed with that, because he's battled so hard this morning and he's just sort of dangled the bat there, nowhere near his body, and he's found the outside edge of James Fuller there, and 69 for 2.
Well, I did say to Kevin James that I thought, part of the logic for that field might be to try and lull the batsman into a false sense of security. Yeah. And Archie Vaughan there was sort of playing at a ball outside his off stump that he didn't need to play at.
Yeah, it's just what is, that's not hitting a second set really. That's sort of 7/8 line stump, and his right hips come through again, and I guess a slightly slower pitch, feeling for a bit more. He's looked so strong when the ball's sort of in, where it's sort of in his body line, I guess. Anything sort of outside where he's struggled, and he did a big booming drive to Carl Abbott early on and found the sort of inside edge of his back down to fine leg, but yeah, he battled well there, Archie Vaughan, but unfortunately for him, He's found the outside edge and brings in Tom Abel, who a lot of people will be wondering why he's not the captain today. It's James Ruse, 21, who is now the youngest Somerset captain ahead of Tom Abel, who was 22.
Spot on.
I read your Twitter feed earlier.
Disappointing for Archie Vaughan. Still, it has been the highest score made by a Somerset opener this season, eclipsing the 14 that it was previously. So he'll be disappointed, Arch, having built the platform, made the start, looking comfortable, just a momentary loss of concentration.
Yeah, he looked really good as well, didn't he? From the treble start against Kyle Abbott, it's never easy. Got through that stage and just really wanted to push on. So Fuller into right-handed Tom Abel from the pavilion end. Bowls. Fuller into Abel. He just knocked it into the leg side.
Tom Abel, fresh from 96 in the second innings against Sussex at Hove. Yeah, he batted very well.
Chance for an England call, do you think?
I doubt it.
No. Did he play in that when we had? I think we had COVID. We played 2 teams, didn't we? And was he part of the one-day team?
No, he wasn't. No? I don't think he was. Yet? Craig Overton was.
Okay.
But he has been picked for England one day.
Fuller again, outside and left alone by
squads. He was picked for both the white ball squads a year ago in March to go to Sri Lanka, and then he injured himself. Might have been 2 years ago in March. He injured himself and couldn't go. But
it was actually his injury last year that got Tom Banton a chance, wouldn't it? And I think he came in and...
That's right. Tom Abel did a hamstring in a pre-season game against Exeter University. And that made space for Tom Banton, who took full advantage.
Good. Fuller just bowls onto Tom Abel's hip. He just flicks it into the leg side as Dawson does the chasing. Stops it with foot, throws it to Kyle Abbott, who will then work on the ball. And that'll bring the left-handed Tom Lamberby on strike. Fuller will go around the wicket now. We've had an email from John Moore talking about technology. So he's in a Greek island at the moment, watching or listening into our commentary. Very informative commentary, he said, so thank you. He says that back in the days where you have to try and find TMS, and now you can literally just use an app, or even you can watch the game now on YouTube as well, on the Hampshire website, as Lamberby clips it off his hip for 1 run. So yeah, you can do anything now with your phone. You can watch. You can get YouTube up now, and you can watch the game live streamed from your house. You can listen to us through the BBC Sounds app as well.
Yeah, interesting tweet I've had from Emlyn M. Do central contracts and restrictions on playing time make overseas test players less attractive to counties, making a good domestic player better value for money? Well, I think it depends whether they're batsmen or bowlers. I think it's the bowlers that tend to come with strings attached.
Yeah. Fuller comes in. Some full driven to mid-off. Yeah, you're right. I think bowlers do get wrapped up in cotton wool, don't they? Even with myself and the other bowlers in the England disability side, we get told how many overs we're allowed to bowl. When we're away, especially heading up to Sri Lanka this year. We went to Sri Lanka sort of end of January, I think it was, and we were monitored. We would turn up to camps and, oh no, you're only allowed to bowl 5 overs today because you've bowled 3 overs yesterday, and even when I started playing cricket sort of 10-15 years ago, you just bowled and bowled and bowled until it got dark.
Absolutely. I don't know what Fred Truman would make of it all. Yes, I do. I think I just don't know what's going on.
That was quite good. Kyle Abbott's back, which is good to see.
That's for Tom Abel, because Tom Abel is Kyle Abbott's bunny.
Oh, okay. You've called it.
It's Abbott, though, to Lamberby outside the off-stump. No shot. Yeah, thank you, Steve Pittard, my personal statistician from Eli's at Hewish Episcopi, who reveals that in Championship cricket, Tom Abel has been dismissed 8 times by Kyle Abbott, more than by any other bowler.
Any modes in particular that stand out there, or has he not given you that information?
No, he hasn't given that. I would say probably caught in the slips, or caught behind or in the slips.
Okay.
There's Abbott to Lamberby. And they're going to pinch a quick single, well-judged single, just dropped it out into the offside. No one anywhere very near it, so they scamper through for a single, 72 for 2.
Unless it's really full, I'd be very surprised to see many carry through to slips, but you never know. I think there's one ball sort of around 11:30 where Brad Wheel got one to lift off, but the rest have been keeping quite low, and one earlier from Kyle Abbott around the wicket to it bounced twice to Ben Brown, so we'll do well to get one to carry through, but the slips are very, very close.
Yeah, it's a slow pitch. Abbott to Abel, will pick up a single down to long leg. Moves on to 273 for 2.
Something I've noticed, and maybe you'll notice it for those watching on the stream, is you've got the bowler's marker that you usually put, obviously, where you start your run up, which you can see the white disc.
Yeah.
Whereas Kyle Abbott seems to use that as a guide. So if you watch him, he won't. I guess he uses that to try and get as close as possible, because he jumps in quite a lot as well.
Oh yes,
so
yeah.
You won't notice it now because he's coming around.
You're going around the wicket. Yes, it's on the other. It's over the wicket side. This is turned away as over pitch from Abbott. Nice swing of the bat from Lammerby, brings him just a single. Moves on to 36.
Yeah, if you just watch him running now to the right-handed Tom Abel, obviously come back over the wicket. He will run in from an angle, and then as he gets to that white disc, he will then tend to sort of jump in from there. So yeah, I noticed that Hampton, when he was bowling, he picked it up and put it at the top of his mark. I'm not sure I'll be able to bowl with that. I'd be thinking, am I going to
well, exactly. I was just thinking the same thing. One would imagine it would be a bit of a distraction. He's in now and bowls to Abel, who turns that away through the onside for 4 runs. It was again over pitch from Kyle Abbott, who's pitching the ball up to give it a chance to swing and just overdoing it on that occasion. 78 for 2, Abel on to 6.
I'd go as far as to say that's the shot of the morning, actually. I think that's the morning session anyway. Head right over the ball, flicked it off his legs. Obviously nobody down there. Just got the fine leg in position, and the third man is Hampshire. When Hampton was bowling, they had a bit more cover. But Kyle Abbott, usually on the money, every ball.
Yeah, he's a fine bowler. He's bowling now to Abel. Plays a slightly crooked-looking defensive shot at that, but no harm done.
Abel bowling much anymore?
He's not bowling at all at the moment.
Is that down to injury or just down to the amount of bowlers that you guys have?
I think it's just... I think he's worried about getting injured bowling. I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. But he didn't bowl at all last season after he had that hamstring. And not only has he not bowled this season out in the middle, I haven't seen him practicing his bowling either.
Must be injury-wise then, yeah.
So I think he's just worried about that.
Yorkshire 59 for 2 at Durham. Essex 81 for 3 versus Worcestershire. Sussex have gone to a really quick start, 99 for 1 in Surrey. Hulley's in, and Innix finds the outside edge for Tom Lammerby, who very much like Archie Vaughan has had a brilliant start. And
what a dreadful shot. Oh dear. Yeah. What a dreadful shot. Time for me to go, I think. I'll hand over to Amelia.
I'm going to give some credit to Fuller here. He's bowled really, really tight, and then he's just given the one that's slightly full, wide. Batsman's eyes light up. And unfortunately for Tom Lammerby, who, he's not even walking off. He's really disappointed. Doesn't want to get off the pitch, unfortunately for him, and he found the outside edge. And James Fuller has made the breakthrough of the 2 set batsmen in Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammerby. So great captaincy from Ben Brown, bringing in Fuller from the top end. Getting the ball to swing, and I'll welcome back Amelia Clark. Good, just in time.
Hello, yes, it was brilliant. Absolutely, let's keep it going.
Yeah. Well, for Hampshire viewers, Anthony's just gone into the back, and he's having a bit of a...
Yeah, he's having a moment.
He's having a moment, yeah. good timing, I think. But no, I think, Lammerby looked really, really solid there. If you look back at the replay here, James Fuller pushes it across him. Full, really good catch.
Oh yeah, you can see his head just drop. You can see the disappointment. Even though you can't see his face, you can see the disappointment in his body. He just thinks, why did I do that? That was such a silly mistake.
Fuller's one of those bowlers who he's I'm not going to say he's the Stuart Broad of England, but he's, you know, when Stuart Broad used to come on the bowl for England, he used to make things happen, and James Fuller's definitely that man in the Hampshire attack.
Absolutely.
Now then, in comes I'm going to say the informed Tom Banton, even though he scored, I think, 6 runs in the last game, after his 371, which is a record for Somerset. Yeah, he had some week that week. Obviously got the record score for Somerset, and then the next day went and played golf with his friends and got a hole in one.
Oh, goodness me, he was having a good week.
Yeah, I'm sure he bought a few lottery tickets that week. He's going to face James Fuller, who's on a bit of a roll here. 2 for 12 from his 3 overs so far. 2 right-handed batsmen now, so the fielders will be happy with that. They'd have to keep switching ends, and slips can just stay where they are. 2 slips. Got a deep cover. This was interesting. Deep square leg, fine leg and third man. So obviously done their homework on Tom Banton early on. As Fuller comes in. Bowled, clipped off his legs by Tom Banton, and that's a man in form for sure.
And that's 4.
In between those deep square leg and fine leg fielders, and yeah, the way he's seeing it at the moment. Full, bit greedy by James Fuller there, trying to get that wicket. Trying to make the batsman play early on, I guess. But Fuller will get that out of his mind. Think, right, we've got 4 more balls. This will be the big wicket. 82 for 3. 90 for 4 sounds a lot better for Hampshire.
It does indeed.
Tricky half an hour as we approach lunch, as Fuller's in again to Tom Banton. And that'll be a leg by into the leg side. Interesting, because with Abel, whether they'll bring the fielders in, no, they'll keep the fielders out. Just the 2 men out for Kyle Abbott, but for James Fuller they've kept the 4 out. Just the two slips, and maybe the balls stop swinging as much as they did the last few overs.
Absolutely. Don't forget, if you're listening at home, you can always email in solentcricket@gmail.com, and also Anthony has his own X account,
Twitter,
formerly Twitter,
at Anthony
still
Clapham,
referred to as Twitter.
Spillers into Tom Abel, flicks it off his leg, and they'll push for 2 here in the gap. Fletcher Middleton's down, picks it up.
Ooh, a bit of a misfield there.
Yeah, I think
slipped out of his hands.
Yeah, he's running in so hard to try and stop the 2, which he has done, and that will bring Banton back on strike. 2 balls to go in this James Fuller over. 26 minutes until lunch.
You're counting down the minutes.
I'm just thinking, I'm with my hands in my pockets. I was like, do I go and get my hat? Obviously, we were speaking earlier, do we need some hand warmers? Maybe that's where Kev's gone to get for us.
Oh, I doubt it.
Floodlights are on at the Utilita Bowl as James Fuller bowls into Tom Banton, who leaves that well alone. Just give you some scores around the grounds. Sussex are now 100 for 1 against Surrey. Tricky start to the season for Surrey. Warwickshire 34 for 2. Who got the runs at Sussex? I know Hughes was on 60. Yes, Hughes got 60. Obviously the overseas for Sussex. They've had a pretty good start to the season. Top of the table at the moment. Fuller turns a bit slower back to his run up to here. So he comes in to conclude his 4th over to Tom Banton. Full. Just knocked into the offside and no run. And a successful over for Hampshire. Somerset 84 for 3 now. Got Tom Abel at the crease and Tom Banton. Tom Abel 7. Banton 4 off 4. Got 4 for this first ball.
Yeah, I think Hampshire will be a bit happy with that. It feels just a little bit of a better scoreline, a bit tighter scoreline. I think it was 78 for 1.
Was it? Yeah.
And that just felt like quite a big gap in these conditions. But I think they've really pulled it back. 84 for 3 now after 22 overs. As we said just before lunch.
Yeah, when we were on, was it 20 for 1, I think it was?
Yes.
And then by the time I came back on, like you say, 70 odd for 1, and then I brought 2 wickets. Sorry, Somerset fans.
So Kyle Abbott again having another over. He's going to be facing Abel coming in from the Hampshire end, and Abel just pushes that off towards the fine deep leg there, off to the leg side, and he wanders back to his crease. Again, the wind is really... we can't feel it too much. I mean, I'm chilly up here, but...
I definitely can feel it, I can tell you that.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott's T-shirt is like a flag dancing around him.
Never tucks his T-shirt in, does he, Kyle
No,
Abbott?
it must be chilly.
He's a big man, so maybe they haven't got his shirt. It's a bit not long enough for him, but
absolutely.
For a obviously a lot colder than what he's used to in South Africa. But he comes back here every summer, so should be used to it now.
Comes in from the Hilton end. Wait for any bowls. A little bit shorter, and it's just carried through to the wicketkeeper there, Ben Brown.
Yeah, I reckon out of all the bowlers here today, in this weather, he'd be the last person I'd want to be facing.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't got a wicket yet.
No, he's definitely deserved it. No,
he definitely has. Maybe Somerset have studied him a little bit, and they know sort of how to attack him.
Sometimes you bowl so well that you're just bowling too well that they literally can't hit it. So,
who knew the phrase bowling too well?
Yeah, bowling too well.
We've got 3 slips in place as Abbott comes in again. It's a very long run up towards Banton, and again a little bit fuller there, and it carried through. Ben Brown caught just by his bent over down by his left leg, and he sort of paused there for a little while.
I mean, I mentioned this a couple of times today already, but if you just watch the right hit from Tom Banton, where it just comes through, maybe a sign of the pitch is a bit slower, a bit more movement. Sort of, you like the ball to come to you, stay pretty side on, but
just a bit of a mistime maybe.
Yeah, I think maybe just like we mentioned a few times, the pitch seems to be a bit slower than maybe what the batters are used to maybe the last few weeks. A bit of weather around over the next few days. But so far, so good.
Abbott comes in again. Bowls a little bit shorter there, maybe trying to push it up. Again carried through, another dot ball. Then Brown pushes it off to one of his slips in place. As Kyle Abbott takes his very long walk all the way back to his starting position. Banton comes in and he's tapping the ground. He's sort of, I think both batsmen are sort of slightly just dancing around, keeping the feet warm, making sure they're staying nice and warm there in these breezy conditions.
Say hello to Will Flynn, who's tuning in.
Hello, Will.
Fellow England disability cricketer.
As Abbott starts again in from the Hilton end towards Banton. Shorter, pushed off to leg side. They go for 1. And we'll change over to the Abel.
Yes, chilly start to a Good Friday, everybody. There's some kids out there playing cricket there.
There are. I've been watching them. There's about 4 different matches going on. There's been some brilliant shots. Yeah. Absolutely great. There's been some baseball-esque shots. lots of running around.
Not many forward defensive, is there?
No. I think they actually do have a baseball over there. So as Abbott comes in again from the Hilton end, and just a little bit fuller there. Pushing Abel just a little bit more, maybe just to make that mistake, but no mistake made as it's carried through to Ben Brown. And that is the over. And
Another maiden.
Another maiden indeed.
It's a big 20 minutes this, for both sides really. It's a massive difference if you're going in 4 or 5 down.
Yeah.
As a Hampshire team, so they'll be looking to get 4 or 5 wickets in the first session, especially after winning the toss, remember. James Rue, who's debutising as captain today for Somerset, the youngest captain in their history, I believe. So Tom Abel, who is out there, was 22 when he was captain. James Rue beats that by 1 year, 21. As Tom Banton's going to be on strike, and James Fuller taking the 1 wicket last over. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 for 17. Been the most productive out of the Hampshire bowlers this morning as he comes into Tom Banton, who knocks it into the leg side for no run. I watched actually Tom Banton's 371. I didn't watch all of it, but I was listening to some of the commentary, and I think Anthony Gibson, who's with us today, was talking with Sam Dalling, and even heard from Michael Vaughan saying the sound of his bat, when even if it's front foot defensive, it was a different kind of noise. So he seems to have got himself into some ridiculous shape by the looks of things with the way he's been batting.
Absolutely. And
some good bats, no doubt, as well. As Fuller comes in to Tom Banton from the pavilion end, flicks it off to his leg again, similar to the previous ball to Kyle Abbott at mid-on.
As you said, a huge 20 minutes as well, because with the weather forecast looking as it is, it really is going to be a case of sort of who has that advantage going into sort of the rest of the day, maybe even tomorrow, who has that sort of fighting spirit, who kind of feels more confident going on, and it will really maybe change the atmosphere in the dressing rooms the next 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, massively. When you're eating your lunch in 20 minutes time, when you're 4 or 5 down as Fuller comes in, plays a misses, and that's nipped away from Tom Banton. He's played a big back foot punch missed and just died at the end, and a good take by Ben Brown. He's kept himself busy this morning. Comes in at lovely length. Yeah, it's just again swung away.
Banton didn't move his feet at all during that.
He's not a massive... Yeah, I know I was speaking to Anthony earlier. He's been really working hard on moving his feet.
Yeah.
He plays a lot of hockey, or did play a lot of hockey at school, so his hand-eye is crazy. Yeah,
good, yeah.
The reverse sweeps that he can play, so he's very, very handy. So yeah, if he can get his legs or his feet moving early on, then the curtains for Hampshire maybe. But
that was always my issue. I'd always shout at myself, "Move your feet, Mina." I still do during tennis. Whenever I'm playing any sport, move your feet.
Banton takes the single there to get off strike and brings Tom Abel on. We've got an email from Lynn Jenks. Please can you say hello to my lovely husband Kevin, who sat here watching live. He would normally be there as he's got a lifetime membership, but was put off by the oncoming rain. Well, I'm going to say hello to Kevin, but fair weather fan. I'm not sure about that. Come on, there's a lot of people here supporting Hampshire. I'm sure you'll be over here over the bank holiday weekend, Kevin. Maybe Lynn will come with you as well. That's played into the offside for no run by Tom Abel. It doesn't seem to be seaming much. There's a lot more swing. Brett Hampton, who came on earlier, I'm sure when you look at the amount of overs he's bowled and the runs he went for, wouldn't be something that he'd be happy with, but he definitely got the ball to swing, which is encouraging.
We've also got another email to solentcricket@gmail.com from Paul Argyle. Good evening, folks. I'm a Somerset supporter watching on YouTube at home here in Melbourne.
Ooh.
Keep it up. Well, thank you very much. And I bet your weather is a lot nicer than it is right now.
Let us know the temperature, please,
Paul.
Yes,
Paul, we want to know how warm you...
I think it's about 12 degrees here, yeah. But it's not raining. I mean, Melbourne can be a bit... I've been to Melbourne. That concludes the over, 88 for 3. Melbourne can be like this, a lot of overcast weather. Very, very big sporting city there.
Absolutely. I've never been to Australia, but it's definitely one for the list. I've got about 12 friends or people I know all down in Australia at the moment. So
I've been fortunate enough to play cricket over there a couple of times, and every time I've been there, I've not wanted to come home. So
it's definitely the overriding
the weather,
feeling.
the people. It's just England goes crazy when the sun comes out, doesn't it?
It's that Australia just all year round.
All year round, yeah.
As Abbott comes in for another over, trying to look for that first wicket as Abel pushes it off. Over on the offside, back to deep third man. Did manage to stop it there from getting 4.
Yeah, that brings Tom Banton on. Used to look after Tom Banton in the previous roles. So when he was a lot younger than he is now, sort of 5-6 years ago, so he was breaking through to Somerset. Really nice guy, ridiculous amount of talent. And you saw that when he came into the England team. We were saying to Anthony, it was so early for him in his career to play for England in his early 20s.
Abbott in from the Hilton end, a little bit shorter.
That has carried.
And it just carried straight through. It's quite amazing actually from the difference from this morning. You can see that the ball is just carrying back to Ben Brown. He's not having to come forward or bend over or dive. It's really sort of coming at him at chest height, carrying through a little bit, making his job a little bit easier. But will that play into the Somerset batting hands? We are going to have to wait and see. So Somerset are 89 for 3 after 24 overs as Abbott comes in again towards the pavilion end. Again, a bit shorter, carrying straight through. Almost to slip that time. It really did sort of curl the ball out. But Banton didn't want to be anywhere near that. Yeah, Abbott, they've scored 24 off of him so far today, and he's yet to get a wicket. But as we've both agreed, he deserves a wicket. So hopefully he can just keep plugging away and find it soon.
He does, and if he can get one now, that will take the pain away from missing out this morning for sure.
Absolutely. And maybe we'll just give him a little bit more of a confidence boost again. Abbott in towards Banton. A little bit fuller there. Into the offside. And they're going to stay for a dot ball.
Yeah, it must be crazy. Like, obviously Tom Banton's worked really, really hard on his red ball game. Obviously he made his name for the white ball stuff where he's hitting the ball sort of 360 degrees around the ground, and Must be a pretty good feeling when you know literally wherever the guy bowls, he can hit it wherever he wants to. But obviously at the moment he'll be thinking, right, get my head down here, get to lunch, 15 minutes to go, get through this ball.
Abbott in again, pushing it very dead straight to Banton, who pushes it off to the leg side. We've got another email at solentcricket@gmail.com. It's Good Friday, so I've just got the stream on after an hour in chapel. From David Holt. He says, give my love to everyone, and he'll be there Saturday, Sunday and Monday. We can't wait to see you, David, and keep listening, keep enjoying. Thank you very much.
And Paul Argyle's replied, I don't want to read it out.
What's he saying?
It was 31 degrees today.
Oh, goodness
27
me.
tomorrow. It's supposed to be winter there.
Paul, you're making us very jealous as I'm sat here with my tea that I've made just to keep my hands warm, as Abbott has another dot ball, and we'll have a change of over here.
Not bad weather for autumn in Melbourne.
Not at all.
I'm going to be replaced by Kev James. And the score is Somerset 89 for 3.
We do also have another email from someone coming in saying, hi Kev and co, was about to buy a ticket for today and then I looked at the forecast. Now I feel a bit silly. Can't come tomorrow's playing cricket. Enjoying the commentary. Well, thank you very much. I think that's from Dajamel Makaloof. I'm apology if I have said your name wrong, but thank you very much for emailing us, and do keep emailing. We do like to hear from everyone. It's solentcricket@gmail.com, and Kev James. Hello again.
Hello. 13 minutes until lunch.
Yes. I think all the boys up here are a bit hungry because they're all seemingly counting down the minutes.
I hope there's hot soup.
Yeah.
Here's Brad Wheel back into the attack. Right arm over outside the off stump to Tom Abel. That's quite an easy one to leave at this stage. It's an easy one to leave anyway, but there is still a bit there, isn't there, in this track? Kyle Abbott just getting the ball just to nip a little bit away and into the right-hander.
Just not being able to find that final wicket, pushing them.
No, just probably it's been periods of this session where Hampshire probably haven't quite got the ball in the right areas enough. But they have picked up 3 wickets. Here's Brad Wheel. Abel tries to tuck that away on the leg side. Gets bounced, or bounces a little bit. Hits him high on the pad. And there is no run. The batters out this morning: Sean Dixon for 7, Archie Vaughan for 29, and Tom Lamberby for 36. A wicket for Brad Wheel and 2 for James Fuller.
Absolutely. We've got an email at solentcricket@gmail.com from Ralph Brooker. He says, hi Kev, Amelia and the 2 Antonys. This is excellent control from Fuller. Normally he makes an impact but sprays a little bit. Fine player. Glad he's got the opportunity, but worried that Hampton's lack of control will force an injury to Abbott.
Wide off stump again.
We'll have to wait and see, Ralph. But thank you very much for emailing us. Please do keep emailing.
Yeah, I think I know what he's trying to say. Is that maybe Carl Abbott would have to be used a little bit more.
Yes.
For the control side, but I think to be fair to James Fuller this morning, I thought he was excellent.
Agreed.
Bit of movement, bit of away movement. 5 overs, 2 for 19, under 4 and over. Abbott's going for just over 2.5s. He's bowled 9 overs to date. Brad Wheel, length ball straighter this time, and Abel's pushing that up to wide mid-off. But Brett Hampton again, a bit expensive, 4 overs for 26, going at 6.5 and over. It's just a little too many, really. It just puts the pressure, it puts a little bit of the pressure on the rest of the bowlers, because they're perhaps squeezing in another spell in a session when otherwise they wouldn't have to. So oh, somebody's called you Amy.
Someone has called me Amy. I've just
Alex
seen
Trott.
that.
Alex, it's Amelia.
That's
nick
all right,
back
Alex.
on
I'll
Tom
forgive
Abel.
you this time.
Yeah, he's got it fine. That's going for 4. Leg buys. Abel just coming across that one and just flicking it away. Finest of deflections off the pad of Tom Abel. Yeah, just watching that again.
Yeah.
93 for 3. Go on, you can read that
well,
one.
Well, Alex, other than calling me Amy, I think you've made a good point. Just wanted to say that I'm keeping up with the commentary via the Hampshire YouTube stream. I'm really enjoying Hampshire's cricket this year. He says he must admit once he found out Vince wasn't playing red ball cricket, it did seem, a little bit worried. But they seem to be doing okay and loving Sonny Baker, even though he's not playing today, and Mark Stoneman, both valuable additions in their own right. Absolutely, Alex. But yeah, Sonny Baker, unfortunately, due to an England call-up, not playing. They've requested him not to play this match, just preserve him for the England upcoming matches. So we're without Sonny Baker today, but hopefully Hampshire can still do something well worse.
Yeah.
And we've got someone else from New Zealand, Graham Webster, emailing in solentcricket@gmail.com, watching from Nelson, New Zealand. Hello. It's nearly midnight. Can't go to bed yet till lunch. Hold on, Somerset. Well, goodness me, you must be very tired. Well, you'll have to wake up in the morning and see how they got on, if there was any after lunch. But we'll wait to see. Abbott in and...
Oh! Gubbins!
That was phenomenal. At leg side. Gubbins caught him right there. It was a full length ball, hit just to the leg side, very strong. And mid-wicket there, Gubbins caught a brilliant catch.
Well, that's a big wicket. The form that Tom Banton's been in so far. I know Anthony Clapham was mentioning about that triple century. I didn't realise he got a hole in. Did you say you got a hole in one? Next day, golfing. But he's gone for 5. Nick Gubbins. What a catch. Just grabbed it. Jumped up. I think we were all thinking, well, great effort, Nick Gubbins, but you've jumped there, put your hand up, but the ball's racing away to the boundary. But actually it didn't. And it stuck.
It's fantastic, and also I think it will be a big confidence boost finally for Abbott. He gets that long-awaited wicket that he's been looking for this morning. But yeah, absolutely brilliant. As you say, he just sort of reached up, and you think, okay, he'll just block that, stop it, and pull it in. But we'll watch the replay here as Abbott came in. Yeah, really nice length ball, and he just sort of chipped it off to mid-wicket. And it was just a sort of a bit of a diving catch, rolled around, just got up, walked off, like absolutely nothing different happened there, but a brilliant catch. And yeah, we have James Rue coming in now for the 5th man on the Somerset side. So the youngest captain, I think I'm hearing correctly.
Yes, 21 years of age. Yeah, already played 42 first-class matches. Just going back to that email from Nelson. Well, I played cricket in Nelson many moons ago. Yeah, so I've played there. But what I remember about staying in Nelson, I think it's at the top of the South Island, off the top of my head. I have to look at it again. Is that we stayed there for the game, and the night before the game, there's a clock in the centre of Nelson. Yeah. That chimes every 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Right, I'm not sure it's right the way through the night, but it felt like it did.
You're right, Nelson, dead at the top of South Island.
Yes, it is, yeah, I remember now, yeah.
Oh, he's good at his geography, is Kevin James.
Yeah, and I played there for Wellington against Central Districts.
Wow.
In this game.
Abbott comes in. Can he get a second wicket off this second over? No. It was well left by Rue. Just carried through to Ben Brown.
And I just remember waking up very early in the morning and this clock going off every 15 minutes. So you were counting, I was lying in bed trying to get back to sleep, and yet this clock was going off, chiming every 15 minutes. And I remember, that's my one memory of Nelson for some reason. Not being able to sleep.
Well, we've got another email from Peter Brown. We've got a really sort of worldwide following today, which is great. I shall read after this as Abbott comes in from the hotel end. And he bowls slightly shorter, didn't quite carry through to Ben Brown, it just touched the ground, but he was there to stop it, and again left by Rue. So Peter Brown says, South Pacific cricket. I'm currently watching the live stream in bed in a rainy, windy Raratoga in the Cook Islands. Very nice. How warm is it there, Peter? Doesn't say.
Solentcricket@gmail.com is the place to send your emails. James Rue facing already got 150 this season in the first game against Worcestershire at Taunton.
Abbott in towards the pavilion. Oh, he swung the ball out there. He made it curl out away from Rue, but again it just carries through to James, Ben Brown even, sorry, for another dot ball. Roux sort of wanders up, halfway up the crease, just to tap the ground. It was obviously a little bit of dirt that he wasn't very happy with there.
Alex dropped back on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. He said, I'm so sorry, Amelia. He says he's really embarrassed.
Don't be. It's okay. It's an easy mistake to make, Alex, and you won't make it again. I'm joking. Abbott in again towards Roux. Oh, and I think it was fire. It was a little edge off the bat, and Roux has gone for nothing. Brilliant ball there for Abbott. He's really found his stride. Caught behind by Ben Brown. Absolutely brilliant. We'll watch it on the replay. I think it was just a little outside edge coming in. Yeah, just tap. Oh, goodness me, that would be ever so slight edge. And Roux just bows his head and walks away. He knows straight away that happened. And that is not the best thing for the current captain to be out for duck.
93 for 5.
Yeah, Hampshire are really on the move now.
They are. 3 catches behind for Ben Brown. It just straightened a fraction on James Roux. He had to play at it. Round the wicket is Abbott. Watching it again on the replay. He hasn't done a lot wrong there, Roux.
No.
Just pitched in the right area, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe because the previous ball that Abbott bowled, it bent so far out to the right, away from Roux, that maybe he just wasn't expecting it. It just caught him there slightly.
Certainly did. Well, we're waiting for the new batter. Phil Coffin has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, hi, Kevin and Amelia. First time emailer and first time a standard member, although been watching Hampshire on and off since 1975. I flipped on whether to come today several times. You mentioned this. Oh, have I done this one and you've mentioned it? No, hang on.
No,
I flipped on whether to come today
have.
or several times and checking on the weather apps. I'm going to come tomorrow.
Good.
I'm currently listening to us. It's just bought a wicket, so may email you in a short while. Keep up the good work. Well, Phil, if we hear from you a few times today, we'll be pretty happy, as it will mean each time a wicket has been taken.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Well, we will be. I'm not sure about Anthony.
No, he won't. But he's not here at the moment, so it doesn't matter. We can say that.
Yeah.
Casey Aldridge is the new batter, the all-rounder for Somerset, 24 years of age.
Yeah, Somerset now on 93 for 5 after 26 overs. Abbott is having a brilliant over. Finally, I think he'll feel he's got his redemption for the morning after a hard lot of work.
That's for sure.
And he's got 1 ball left of this over. Can he make it a third? Let's see, Abbott in from the hotel end and bowls a little bit shorter, carries through to Ben Brown. Aldridge leaves that ride alone, but Hampshire definitely a spring in their step. The slips run in, they're sort of a hop, skip and a jump in as they change over. And Abbott very much a happy man as he takes his hat off the umpire. And his jumper, put that on, it's chilly.
Yes, it is. We're going to squeeze another over in here. I think we're about a minute or so to go until 1 o'clock, and the umpires are almost in position, or one of them is. And the other one is just about there. And so we are going to get 1 more over from Brad Wheel from the pavilion end. Let's get through a couple of emails before we get to the break. Chris Willis has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com as Brad Wheel comes in and it's outside the off stump, and Abel leaves that one alone again, and that has nipped back. He says, as a life member, I was so looking forward to coming up to the Utilita Bowl today, but changed my mind having seen the early dodgy looking weather app. It's not the app, it's the weather, of course. Glad to be watching the game and listening to the excellent commentary on the live stream. Thank you, Chris. It says, mind you, we're so lucky to be watching live cricket as it's still tipping it down with rain here in Wimborne. That's in Dorset, so the rain is around.
Yes, they said it's coming from the west. It's coming from Cornwall way. Yeah,
so he's already got to Wimborne, so he's getting closer. Abel gets one and just pushes it into the covers. He'll have to hurry. Throw comes in from Stoneman. Misses the stumps, and Ben Brown is lying on the floor, trying to get his body behind it, which he did, to be fair to him.
Got another email from Rodney Ward. Good afternoon from a wet and windy Penzance. I'm heading that way next week.
You are?
Yes, enjoying the excellent coverage from you all. Thank you. A typical Somerset start. And he's detailed nearly every person, which is amazing. But yeah, Lammonby looking like a king, then plays the short as the court jester. That's very funny. As well. It says, keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much.
He's putting inside the line. There's Casey Aldridge as the ball goes past the off stump through to Ben Brown. Yeah, the weather has so far evaded us here at the Utilita.
Oh, Kevin,
yeah.
Graham has emailed back. I live next to the hotel, very close to the clock. I know just what you mean.
That's
the
Graham
clock that
Nelson.
Chimes every 15 minutes.
So it's obviously still doing that.
Yes. No one's fixed it or broken it.
Well, no, it's just one of those things. It's just the thing in Nelson, but it's annoying if you're not asleep. Will Bowles always playing a missing at that one. That's a great delivery. That's bounced and gone straight. I'm not quite sure it's over the top of the stumps, but not far.
He stood with his hands on his head straight away, and he's kept his hands on his head the whole walk back. I think a real missed opportunity there.
That's a missed off stumper very much, that one. Great delivery. So thank you, Graham. Nice to know that clock is still keeping everybody awake. 94 for 5 then. There are 4 balls left. No, 2 balls left.
Yes. Of
this over, and then we will be taking lunch. I think we might get some more play in this afternoon.
I think you're right.
Oh, he's bowled him!
What a fantastic
and he's got
bowl.
his second wicket of the morning has Brad Wheel. And that is out. Forward push from Casey Aldridge, an off-stump knockback. And it won't be just Casey Aldridge that walks back towards the pavilion, it'll be everybody on the middle as Somerset go into the break at 93 for 6. They have lost 3 wickets with the score on 93. Tom Banton, James Rue, and now Casey Aldridge. And for me, it's been a little bit of a mixed morning for Hampshire, but they've dragged it back, haven't they?
Yeah, I feel like this morning it was quite a slow start. I mean, we were speaking this morning, and it got to the point where we were sort of saying they really needed 90 odd for one, really, it felt like, and then or 70 for one, sorry, and then they picked up a 2, and then Hampshire really found their form in the last few overs, really. I mean, the last 2 people that have gone out for Somerset have gone out on 0. So it feels like almost Hampshire will be disappointed to be going to lunch, because they'll be like, no, let's stay out. I want to keep going. But yeah, a very good turnaround. I think they really pulled it back, as you say. It could have been a lot worse for them come early in the morning. That's
right, 3 wickets in the space of 9 minutes leading up to the break. Let me very quickly give you the bowling figures, or the story of the morning. 94 for 5 then, Somerset. Archie Vaughan with 29 and Tom Lammerby with 36, the chief run scorers this morning. But wickets for Kyle Abbott, 2 for 24 from 10, 2 for 19 from 5 for James Fuller. And Brad Will just picked up his second wicket, 2 for 18. Right, we'll all be back after we've run over the other side of the ground, got some hot food, and come back again. We'll be back with you in just under 40 minutes' time.
haven't been fair for years. Actually, that's not scripted, but this will.
You had your BBC impartiality training yet?
You got it yet?
No, I'm going to do it. That's from my weekly golf.
I can't remember which one it is. I tried to look it up yesterday, last week when Jennifer said it's got to do with this, but it's on the BBC system. I couldn't quite look at which one it was, but I've done 7 last
At least it's been an action-packed couple of hours.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So who's replacing Hampton after this?
Who's
Replacing Hampton? Is Edward
I don't
Hampton?
think, no, I think they were doing it in box.
I'm looking forward to seeing Brevis.
They're both quite pretty useful.
Kev, I'm telling you,
Is he really?
like ridiculous. Young, but like he'll be next thing.
Really? Where did you see it?
I've seen him loads like I watched quite a bit of the SA20, follow him on Instagram and see him hit a lot. He's just just different. Yeah. I was a little bit not massive. I'd definitely like to do some like I know they must work. I'll do it free of charge.
You're going to feel comfortable. I just feel guilty about watching you.
With my experience,
Oh no, you just messaged me.
yeah. Not that pre-season practice will be there, or academy games will be there. But yeah, that will be mainly. Pretty sure last year Warwickshire was one or two from that. So anything.
Yeah, so this year